Hi, everyone, and welcome to Virtualized. We're really happy to see you here. We're really happy to be virtually online and virtually connected. While the current situation and the current times that we're facing are fairly different, we managed to see each other in an online setting. Um, we're taking these times as an opportunity to grow, as an opportunity to learn, and as an opportunity to further develop and connect ourselves. That's why Virtualized shifted to being an online conference setting, an online experience, and being able to connect people from all over the world. And today we're going to be talking about fintech. We're going to be talking about the synergy and the disruption in the financial landscape. It's going to be a full day. We're going to have amazing talks, amazing demos. We're going to have a panel discussions. But before all of that, I'd really like to thank you. Thank you on behalf of the Virtualized team. Thank you on behalf of Microfocus. This event is being broadcasted by Microfocus. And together with me here, I have Victor. He's going to be kicking off this amazing event today. And Victor, I'll be passing the microphone to you to introduce yourself a little bit and to tell us more about your venture and the partnership that you have with Microfocus.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Hello, everybody. So nice to meet you, virtually meet you in this context. Thank you very much for being here with us, everyone. My name is Victor Horescu, and I am software engineer, mostly specialized in quality assurance and software testing. Now, I'm not talking about from the strictly tester's perspective, but from the perspective of a person who has automated a lot, especially in testing. And nowadays, as Andrei just said, since this pandemic keeps us all in home and we will have to work online, robots become more and more important in our activity, especially in fintech industry, where digitalization is, let's say, the word mostly spoken in this landscape. This is why, again, I'm very happy that everybody is here. So we will hear interesting things about how robots can help improve our day-to-day activity. I am representing an IT company who is specialized, as I said, in automation, in test automation. IQST is my company. We are gold partner of Microfocus, and together with Microfocus, we are implementing automation solutions. What you are going to see today in one of the demos is how the robots work for you. And what I'm trying to tell you that automation is not only in one part of your digitalization project, actually is necessary everywhere. Basically, my career started 20 years ago in test automation, and then we automated only tests made by humans. And right now we are moving on together with Microfocus towards automation of your business processes in live applications and in live business flows. Why? Because we are avoiding human errors, because we are minimizing the time spent on executing certain actions. In other words, saving money and saving image for your company. More details you will see later. Watch us at 13:55, I think. Andrei, please correct me, in a live demo where you will see what I mean. Thank you very much, everybody. Looking forward to see you later.
Thank you so much, Victor, for the introduction words. What's really important is we're going to talk a little bit about the setup today. So we're going to have 2 live speaker sessions. We're going to have 2 demos, and we're going to have a panel discussion. In between all of these interesting contents, where you're going to be able to go and interact with fellow participants. You're going to be able to network with them, but also you should and you can go and visit the partner booths. You have an expo area where you have all the partners present. You can go and interact with the partners over there and see what they're offering, discuss with them and interact with them. And you have the guests where you can go and mingle, network with all the other participants that are here at the event. You're going to see in the speaker section all the speakers, and the most important place to be is the live session area. There, you're going to be transiting from one presentation to the other, from one demo or one session to another. In order to do that, once a session finishes, you'll be exiting the current session. You'll be able to network for 10 to 15 minutes, go and see the expo area, go back and forth, and then come back to the live session to be able to attend the next session that is planned during the day. We're gonna have a long day today. There's plenty of sessions to get in touch with. We're gonna have interesting demos, and please keep in mind that all of the sessions also have attached a Q&A to them at the end, or the panel discussions has a Q&A in between all the questions that the panelists will be addressing. Feel free to drop your questions over there so that we are able to pick them up and then share them with our guests, so that you get an answer live from our guests within their sessions. Thank you so much for joining us again for Virtualized on the synergy and the disruption in the financial landscape. Thanks again for connecting. We're gonna slowly be switching to our first session of the day. And for all of you to do that, again, you just go to the live sessions back, you select the next talk, and we're gonna be there in 2 minutes. The next talk is going to be Divi Mohan. She's going to be talking about effective partnerships in the fintech ecosystem, and also about the collaboration in the fintech industry. So we'll see all of you over there, live sessions, next session. Thank you so much for being here, and do enjoy the event today. Have an amazing day, everyone. See you there. Bye. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's been 2 full minutes since we've seen each other in the opening talk. Thanks for being here again. A short reminder, this event is being broadcasted by Micro Focus. Thank you so much for supporting us. And together with me in the first talk of the day, I have Devi Mohan, who is an influencer, writer, a speaker, and a commenter on all fintech. She's the co-founder and CEO of Burnmark, and Burnmark is a fintech research company that supplies research and data of all players in the fintech ecosystem. The session today, we're going to talk about, or Debbie's going to talk about effective partnerships in the fintech ecosystem, about collaboration in the fintech industry. And I'm going to slowly pass it on to you, Debbie, to talk to us about all of this. And thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Thank you so much for being here. Debbie, you have the stage.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. And I'm really pleased to be talking about a topic that's very close to my heart, which is the effective partnerships in the ecosystem. And the reason I choose to write and speak about this is mainly because I think it is absolutely crucial going forward in the industry to work together, to collaborate. And we have seen almost 10 years of fintech happening, and there is a lot of hype. There's a lot of beautiful things that have come out of it. But how do we make sure the next phase of fintech, maybe after we come back out of COVID, how do we make sure that it's effective and the people who should survive? And that's why partnerships are absolutely crucial. So I'm going to share some of the slides if you don't mind, and I'm going to try and do that. Hopefully technology will be on our side. All right. Hopefully we can see it. All right. One of the things that we should be aware of when we talk about partnerships is something I like to call uneven innovation. So we talk about innovation a lot in terms of the fintech apps that have come into the market. We have payment solutions, lending solutions. We have a lot of solutions that are consumer facing, especially in the UK. We have the challenger banks, which is one of the biggest markets for fintech here in the UK. And one of the things that I'm finding more and more is the nature of unevenness that has occurred due to a heavy focus on B2C is now shifting. So just to take an example of the Barclays CEO talking about this, the corporate side of fintech, now the clients on the corporate side are asking for exactly the same customer experience as they see on the B2C side, on the consumer side. So if you're a consumer and you're using Uber to get to work and you have a completely different experience from the corporate side, then it's a problem, and people are demanding this more and more. And also we find that there is a huge problem with profits and fees within the corporate banking ecosystem as well, but with very limited digital capabilities built in. So 19% have capabilities is what we believe in the market. So there is a mismatch. And with the heavy focus on compliance, there is a huge cost pressure on banks and financial institutions everywhere to do something the right way. And challenger banking, as I mentioned, is another great example of a problem in the market, being that there are too many challenger banks now. There are almost 150 challenger banks launched in the last 3 years, and overall about 250 challenger banks around the world. And most of them are in the UK. And we were, of course, the first ones to kind of launch license for challenger banks. So we have about 83 in the process of taking a license at the moment. It's a huge market. Now, what we are finding is people are finding new ways of surviving in this market. Challenger banks are realizing that they can't be on their own now, trying to capture a market that is open for the same set of people. So if you're targeting millennials, for example, the 18 to 35 age group, or most challenger banks targeting 18 to 25, you're all going after the same market. So the question then is about scalability. Question is about customer acquisition and the cost of customer acquisition. How do we find profitability in such a crowded market? That's where partnerships again come into the picture. You find more and more challenger banks partnering with each other. You find them partnering with the larger traditional banks, and also open marketplaces. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Starling Bank here in the UK, but their marketplace offerings are quite interesting. And I think they have about 25 different partners that they partner with for everything from foreign exchange to payments to lounge access to everything, and now lending during the time of COVID as well. The other area we should look at in terms of partnerships is, of course, RegTech. Now, just to define RegTech and what it means, I think this slide is a really good um, guide on what constitutes RegTech. So anything to do with regulatory technologies, compliance, risk, crime, KYC, and identity, all of that is actually within RegTech. Now, this is an industry that is booming in London, mainly because we have the largest number of RegTechs here in the UK, in London specifically, compared to any other part of the world. And one of the reasons it's booming is because it is very easy to form partnerships here in Europe and in the UK. So all of these RegTech companies are working on the front end with KYC, with market surveillance and fraud and monitoring, and also the back end with things like reporting formats, risk management, cybersecurity, and all of this is in partnership with banks and fintechs. So it is actually quite an interesting market, and I expect this market to be one of the largest going forward. And you can kind of see that the offers that they make through benefits to banks, the compliance side, better, faster compliance, the innovation that's being offered through AI and other tools, it's quite powerful for banks to quickly take them on board and start working with them. And this is a market that I expect to grow substantially in the next couple of years. And the problem, though, the obstacle here, of course, as you can see, is in terms of the time period of working together. And this is not just a RegTech problem. This is a problem with any startup that chooses to work with a large financial institution. And I'm hoping, if I have a few people in my audience who can relate to this, we find ways of fixing it. Because if you're asking a startup to work with you for about 6 months to 12 months to come up with one POC, then it's likely that the firm will not survive unless they have unlimited funds. So it is a problem in the market and something we are hoping to fix by working together. And the other trend that we see in this market also is the widening of the fintech ecosystem. So it's not just banks and fintechs working together. I mean, I like to talk about that because it is the primary way of collaboration today in the fintech ecosystem. But we are increasingly seeing banks working together. We are seeing regulators working directly with startups called SupTech. We are seeing regulators working with a group of banks, like in Singapore, to come up with one utility, one common utility for a purpose. We are seeing startups working together, like Starling Bank's open marketplace. And we are seeing regulators working together to come up with solving common problems. So it's quite a lot of collaboration now that we are seeing since 2018 or so. And in 2018 also was the hot topic of AI, artificial intelligence, which kind of formed a lot of partnerships that we are seeing here. And one of the things that we find that there's a lot of AI focus on, for example, chatbots, the front end of using interesting ways of communicating with the customer. But also we find that there's a lot of interest from banks to partner on the backend side. For example, Bank of America is a great case study because they partnered with High Radius to match incoming invoices with the actual payments. And this is usually a heavy manual process, which has been solved with AI to come up with a very quick and efficient straight-through reconciliation based on the invoice that has come through, possibly earlier. It does offer significant benefits. So if you look at these partnerships, it's kind of unexpected in a way, because all of these big banks are working with each other to come up with solutions on the customer side as well as on the operations side. For example, trade settlements is a major area of partnerships. regulatory compliance and reporting, payments processing. So all of these are areas in which banks are collaborating with each other. And of course, chatbots are very popular. I can guarantee you that we look at any bank from around the world and we find cases of a bank having launched some kind of AI chatbot. It is the most common thing. They also collaborate for blockchain. So R3 is a great example of a collaboration of different banks and financial institutions that have come together to use blockchain to solve specific use cases. But it's not just them. There are a lot of partnerships going on around the world. So Westpac and ANZ in Australia are partnering for processing guarantees in a quick and efficient way, specifically for commercial leasing purposes. There's a lot of partnerships, for example, between banks and telecom companies. In Spain, for example, BBVA and Intra have come together for faster payments and faster lending processes and getting the funds into the customers' accounts. The other kind of collaboration that we talk about a lot in Europe is open banking. Now, I'm sure everyone knows what open banking is, but to me, the biggest thing we should talk about is how do we get monetization right. Now, this is very important because if we don't find ways of monetizing some of the open data that's being shared, come up with revenue sharing agreements that are quite interesting and innovative, and also launch new products and services in the market, it is quite difficult to get this right. It becomes an expense, a cost center, rather than something that supports innovation. And it is a shame for it to go that way, as I see in many banks today in Europe. It should become a revenue center or an innovation area rather than a cost center. And that's something that I think we are continuing to explore in the market as well. And collaboration, of course, exists in many different use cases. We have digital lending as a major area of collaboration. I'm sure you're familiar with the US lending players like Cabbage, OnDeck. All of them are absolutely fantastic in terms of offering SME loans, for example, new credit scoring methods, and all of this are being used by traditional banks in a big way. Investment collaboration. One of the most interesting use cases when I was working for a large financial institution, without naming them, was Symphony, because Symphony was a huge deal for us back then in 2014, where all of the big banks came together to launch their own communication platform for investment collaboration, and that was unheard of. So what happened was a lot of proprietary communication platforms started wondering, okay, if groups of banks are now coming together and collaborating much more than ever before, so what is the role of a secondary proprietary platform? So it's quite interesting in terms of the nature of collaboration between players we would never suspect before. In banking in general, there are 5 types of collaboration, I find. If you decide to launch something new in the market, especially as a challenger bank or a digital bank or a traditional bank wanting to go digital, there are 5 ways to do that. One, of course, is digital subsidiaries. So you have a traditional bank, and then you launch a completely new separate bank, which is built from scratch. Now, the big advantage of doing that is that you have no legacy and you're working with technology from the beginning. But the disadvantage is it has to be a new brand and something that you have to build again. The second one is channel partnership, where you converse with the customer using a new experience, a new fintech, but the backend is pretty much the same. Technology partnership, where you're building a traditional bank maybe or a new product, but the technology is not legacy, but something that you buy as a module or as a stack from the external party. The fourth type of partnership is product partnership, where it's the most common type of partnership. You're a traditional bank and you want to launch a new product in the market. Instead of building something on your own, you kind of partner with a firm to do that. And finally, experience partnership, which is that the backend is the same, it's legacy, but the front end, the app, is provided by a fintech. Now, this is very popular in the US. So we have Movin, we have Simple with BBVA, and quite a few different banks actually offering this format. Having said that, I mean, it's quite interesting, and I'm sure everyone wants to invest in fintech and look at fintech and work with fintech in some way or the other. But we have to remember that it's just a tool. It doesn't have to mean that we build an app or we launch a new product or launch a new subsidiary. It is usually invisible. And it usually means that it has to make sense to a customer. We don't need to educate them. They start using it immediately and feel the difference. And I think Dilbert explains it extremely well in that, you can't just say jargon or technology terms to make fintech happen. It has to make sense. I think that's what I wanted to share. And quickly coming back on screen, I'll end with a few thoughts on what I think innovation should look like, and then we'll open up to questions, hopefully. I think the most important thing is being open to learning. So if you want to do accelerator programs, if you want to build in a new culture of working, that's key. The second thing is focusing on use cases. So like Dilbert said, not focusing on technology, but actually focusing on the result, the revenues, the use case that we are going to launch in the market. The third thing is experience, absolutely needed. The fourth thing is utilizing the open data you already have. And fifth thing I would say is widening the ecosystem to look beyond what you would normally partner with. So that's it from me, and I will leave it back to you, Andre. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive view. I was following it very, very attentively. It really gives us an overview on how to view partnerships and collaborations in fintech. So thank you so much for that. We are opening the floor for any kind of questions. You can place the questions in the live session over there, and we will be taking them one by one. You post your question, we get it to Devi and getting them answered. And we do have our first question, and that is, do fintechs have the resources to understand the legacy systems, regulatory, and deliver fast solutions for big traditional banks, or will they get lost? Did you get that question, Devi?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah. Do fintechs have the resources to understand the legacy systems, regulatory, and deliver fast solutions for the traditional banks?
I think that's a very good question, because I touched upon one obstacle, which is the time period for collaboration. But an even bigger obstacle is fintech's knowledge of regulatory systems. I think what I'm finding more and more is they may not be experts on the bank's legacy and regulatory systems. So we're increasingly finding, in London at least, that they partner with consulting firms or domain experts to build the bridge between the regulatory knowledge needed to work with a bank and their technology knowledge. So we find fintechs are very good at technology. They're focusing on that, but they bridge the gap of knowledge by hiring consultants, is what I find.
Thank you so much. I hope, Bogdan, that you have your question answered. Anybody who has questions, feel free to fill them in the live session. Meanwhile, I have a question of my own. If I'd be a fintech company trying to get accelerated or to come up with new solutions for regular banks, what recommendations would you have for me as a small company still figuring out a product?
I think a problem I find with new startups and those who are just starting out is the focus on technology. Like I said, you kind of start the conversation by saying, I'm using blockchain, or I'm working with blockchain, and trust me, you've lost the bank. Banks don't care whether you use blockchain or whether you use AI. It doesn't matter. What they care about, I think, is what can we launch together as a product, or what can you bring to me, which is higher revenues or better costs, or maybe acquire a new set of customers that I never had in the past. And that's what banks care about. So I would recommend to every startup that focus on the benefits, the use case that you will build together. Do not talk technology. It's irrelevant. I mean, why should we? Ultimately, the customer doesn't care what it's built on. And it's a good reason why banks don't care about that either. I would say do use the best technology you have, but talk only about use cases.
Perfect. Thank you so much. In the meantime, the questions are popping in. The next one would be, what is the current absorption of fintech services in Eastern Europe compared to Western Europe, and what are the perspectives on the medium term? Do you have any insights on that?
Okay, I'm not an expert on Eastern Europe, but having worked with a few companies in Poland and Hungary, unfortunately not your market, I think in Europe it's about 20% in terms of collaboration between banks and fintechs. For digitalization. I think in Eastern Europe it's slightly lower. So I think it was about 12%, 12 to 15%. But to be fair, there are innovative banks everywhere. I mean, you find some of the most innovative banks in Europe. So in Eastern Europe, Latin America, in Africa, and Asia, it's not about numbers. It's about the largest banks actually trying their best to launch something in the market. So that's working in your favor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next one up is, do the new fintechs have a word to say in regulation changes and in adjusting the existing standards that may not be so agile?
Oh, that's a brilliant question. I mean, I wish that were the case, where fintechs are able to tell the world, and the regulators what should be the kind of regulation. But, it's going to take a long time for that to happen. Having said that, there's a new section of RegTech called SoupTech, which I kind of briefly touched upon. So SoupTech is any technology that can work with supervisors. And MAS in Singapore and FCA in the UK were the founders of this kind of technology, or founders in terms of collaboration with SupTech firms. And what has happened is now they're increasingly working so closely with the startups that they're getting a lot of feedback on what are the capabilities of market monitoring. So to give you an example, the kind of market manipulation, market monitoring watch that regulators do was restricted to a lot of Excel sheets and manual things. But now they're realizing that they can monitor it through completely new data sources that never existed in the past. And that's thanks to working with fintechs. So they are learning and adapting, but not every regulator. But the FCA in the UK is very good, and MAS in Singapore is very good at doing that.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, the questions are just pouring in. Next one up is, how do you promote innovation in a traditionalist philosophy? Why should you switch to innovation? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think innovation is an option anymore. I think if you don't innovate, you're dead in the next 5 years. So unfortunately, it's not an option. So I would say the rationale of fear of missing out, FOMO, as millennials call it, fear of existence, all of that comes into play here. And I think, again, we're going so virtual now with COVID and the related working from home aspects that there's an increased focus on digitalizing as much as we can. So to me, it's about survival. It should not be something that we have to talk about too much.
Got it. Got it. We still have a few questions that we didn't answer, so we're going to try to get them. Next one up is, do banks need to transform in a financial platform for the fintechs?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
If banks need to transform in a financial platform for the fintechs?
If you're asking if they need to transform themselves and their internal platforms to work with fintechs, absolutely. So this is a long-term problem. So you will have to, for example, to work with blockchain, you need to transform all of your processes within that small department in order to be able to work with fintech. So it has to go hand in hand. You kind of work with the technology, you learn, you adopt, new things, but also change yourself as you're going along so that you're able to work with them better and better. So it is cultural, it is processes as well as technology.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next one up is, how can a fintech startup win clients in a very competitive and fast-changing fintech market?
That is the biggest problem, I think, facing fintechs today. The customer acquisition cost is so high, sometimes it is not viable beyond a certain point. I think, again, my focus on use cases, I think that's what I would recommend again. If you're heavily focused on use cases and not just talking about the offering you have as an app or as a technology, then you're more likely to make partnerships, and partnerships then give way to scalability. So how do you scale in a market? I think that would be the question. So who do we partner with? And one thing I didn't talk about, for example, is big techs, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter. So in Europe, Western Europe is horrible at partnering with big techs, but Eastern Europe is actually quite good at doing that. And I think the WhatsApp usage per capita is higher in Poland and Romania as well. So one of the big scalability aspects can come into play if you start partnering with big players that are established already. So that's the easiest path into acquiring customers. The second thing is you do it yourself, like the challenger banks, but they're all competing in the same market, and it's very tricky. I recently did an interview on why Starling Bank is the only challenger bank that had more app downloads during COVID compared to last year. Not Monzo, not Revolut, not N26, just Starling Bank. And it was such an interesting topic because why did one bank amongst 53 challenger banks in the UK do well? Increase the downloads during COVID. So again, that went back to the offerings they had, the 26 partnerships they made. And the partnerships was really the strength. They could start selling through all of these different partners. And the second reason is they also had traditional offerings. So they actually get check deposit as a capability. Monzo doesn't, Revolut doesn't. And Starling has this huge advantage that they cater to everybody because even traditional things like checks is okay for them. So find your niche and find that strength that you have that differentiates you as a capability from others in the market.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much with covering all of this huge avalanche of questions. We're really happy that our participants or attendees are asking us questions so that they get first-hand interaction with you. We'll slowly be wrapping up the session as 30 minutes passed on really quick. I'd like to thank you again, Devi, for accepting the invitation, for being here with us today, for answering all of the questions, and for offering that very wide overview on the fintech ecosystem and on the collaboration and partnership opportunities. Thank you for being here, everybody. In order to switch to the next session, you'll be able to do so in the live session. We're going to have a short networking break in between now and the next demo session. Make sure that you go to the expo area, you get in touch with the partners and the booths that are over there, and make sure that you also get to mingle and interact in the networking area. Thank you so much, Devi, again. Have a nice day, everybody, and see you in the next demo.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome back, welcome back. I hope you had a really good time visiting the expo booths. I hope you had a really good time networking with everybody. Don't forget, you can still do this throughout the day. You have the expo area, you have the live sessions, and you have a place where to interact with fellow guests, to chat with them, and even exchange business cards. We're back on now. We're on our first demo of the day. The demo is called Hello Robots, and together with me, we have Florin Mureșan, RPA Technical Ambassador at Microfocus, and Victor Horescu, CEO at IQST. You've already seen Victor in the opening ceremony, kicking off today's event. The talk and the demo is going to be about how to avoid human errors by using robots to set up daily currency within your organization. And with this being said, I'm going to pass it on to Victor to share a little bit about the insights that he has. Victor, you have the mic, you have the stage, you have the slides.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, once again. And again, I'm glad you are all here. Thank you very much for being with us. Please allow me to share a few slides because, as it says, an image is like 1,000 words. I hope everybody sees my screen. Okay, so hello everyone and hello robots, first of all. So let's see how the robots can help us. In a few words, I will just brief you in with some basic information. Then I will let my colleague Florin to tell you a little bit more. Why robots? Why robots? Because in business, usually we spend too much time working on mundane, boring, repetitive, and most of all, error-prone tasks. Everybody knows when a person works and it's a boring task, it's more likely to make mistakes rather than when it's an interesting and task who will focus human intelligence on that. So this is why I usually say brain is made for creation while machines for execution. But what are these tasks that usually are error prone? Moving files and folders from one to another, opening different email attachments, copy pasting information, filling out forms over and over again, the same form, preparing, manipulating, merging data, and the list can go on indefinitely. I myself, as a CEO of IQST, I have a lot of boring tasks to do, and I hardly wait to have a robot to do that for me. I've met this situation in different industries: in finance, in insurance, in medical industry, in telecom and IT, in HR, in e-commerce. Virtually every industry has these kind of issues. Even a small company like mine has this type of issues, and you will see in the next slides what I am talking about. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself and my colleague. My name is Victor Horescu. I work mainly in test automation and quality assurance. I am Microfocus certified trainer and expert in, as I said, this kind of automation, whether it's testing or others. Together with me is Florin Mureșan, who is very experienced research and development manager. He is RPA ambassador and working for Microfocus. I will let him say a few more words later. He will actually do the demo for you, and we are both open for questions. But what is this RPA and what are these robots doing? Actually, we are using software robots that mimic the UI-based human actions to automate everyday tasks. What tasks? I just told you those tasks who may create errors where humans are, let's say, bored and not fit to do. And let me give you an example which happened in with examples from let's say internet or copy paste. This is real live as the event from as this event is. This happened in my company, and at one point my accountant made a slightly mistake, which meant by mistake he paid to my telecom supplier almost 10,000 euros instead of 1,000 euros. You notice the little difference is the comma. One number apart, and the number is a zero, almost nothing. But for a small company can be a huge disruption in the cash flow, paying an amount, an invoice which is 10 times higher than the normal invoice who is paid. So this is what I call a human error with impact. Of course, lucky for me, the telecom operator was kind enough to return the money next day. So let's say I was saved. But how many times I can be saved? In Romania we have a saying, ulciorul nu merge de multe ori singur la apă, meaning if you are happy and saved once, you can't count on being happy and saved again. Well, another challenge that we faced, and again I say, well, I'm bringing examples from the current experience. This time it happened inside Microfocus and inside Microfocus Finance, where one employee was spending 30 minutes daily to update currency from one side to another. It was once a day or several times a day, depending on how many times the currency was changed. But whatever the number was, it had to do that minimum 250 days per year. So counting all the minutes that the lady would have spent in doing that, it's quite a lot of time. So what actually happens when we automated this process, when it was automated, we reduced it from 30 minutes to 5 minutes, which means we eliminated 25 minutes of manual work every day. I will let you make the computation how much you can save in a year. And now my challenge to all of you is just think of one process right now. Please think of one process which consumes time from your daily activity. Next, while I will be talking for the next couple of minutes, just think how much time would you save if someone else or a robot could do it for you. Think of a repetitive process that you do every day and just try to compute how much time would you save if a robot could do it for you. I don't say if it could do it faster, only if it could do it for you, but usually it does it much faster, so you gain quite a lot. So what you are going to see in Florin's demo, and I'm preparing to introduce him now to you, is exactly the process that I presented a few seconds ago. So taking the currency from one side to another, using the technologies that you see on my slide, and of course using Microfocus RPA solution. So I will welcome Florin and his robots right now to demonstrate and to show you how he can put in practice everything we said theoretically. Thank you very much all. Florin, you are on.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. I am Florin Mureșan Madar. As Victor was so kind to introduce me, I'm part of Microfocus. Just a second. Okay. So he already presented you the process that we are trying to automate. We automated. So this is real life use case. It has been deployed to production, and it is now saving time and making sure we are always updating correctly the exchange rates for Microfocus Finance. Just to get a little bit more technical, we are going to show you the steps, the main steps which are involved in this process. First of all, a person was connecting to a Bloomberg application from where it downloaded the CSV file containing all the exchange rates provided by Bloomberg. Based on the rules that we have in place for our company, we need to get some exchange rates from there, not everything, because most of it's done automatically, but for some of them, we need to do this process manually. There is a step in which we need to manipulate these files. We need to convert it to a format which is supported by our NetSuite system, which the finance is using. and then we need to upload it to this application. Once this process is done, there is a validation step in which we need to make sure that the exchange rates were uploaded correctly, there are no errors, and so on. This is also for audit purposes. So all this will be catch in a trail of execution. You can always go back and see each step, how long it took, what it did, and all the information related to it. Okay, so let me start now the demo. So this is one of our application in the RPA solution. It's just a portal which enables you to expose the automation processes to business users so they can trigger it themselves without the intervention of an administrator or an IT person. So you just go here, you select the process that you want, and just trigger it. And now we will start to see on the screen what the process is actually doing. Now, you will see me doing some clicks here, but everything is done by the robot. I intentionally put some clicks to make sure that you can see what's going on. So this is the interaction with the request builder application from Bloomberg. As you can see, the robot is filling out some data. Now it will download the file. Okay, and now we already, besides the behind the scenes, the process with the data manipulation happened on the backend side. It was very fast. And now we are moving to the next step, which will upload the file. Okay, so now we are interacting with the NetSuite application, and the robot will start to upload the file that we generated. Okay. Now we are going to grab some outputs from here, and we are always going to check the latest day. Okay, and now this is already the final step in which we are doing validation. So the robot will download the file with the current exchange rates in the system, and the validation will take place. Okay, so you will be able to see here a trail of execution. As a business user, you will see the state of your process, if it ended successfully or not. And if we go to our system, which is called RPA Central, which is the brain for RPA solution, this allows you to control the execution of your robots. Also, you can watch, as I said, a very detailed trail and see whatever is done here. You can check each step to see the details of this step, the inputs, the outputs, errors, and so on, if it's the case. This is mainly a tool for the administrator of the system, but as I said, it can expose the business processes that you automate to end users, which can trigger them. Okay, now okay, so just to show you if you see here, there are a number of steps. In the end, we are sending out an email with the report. So this is how the report looks like. In this case, it found two invalid exchange rates for Polish zloty and Indian rupee. But if you take a look here, you will see that these are actually false positives. We are catching also this for the audit purposes. We just want to make sure that nothing is missed, not even a single digit after the dot. Okay, so if we're going back here, now I want to show you how everything is getting created in terms of RPA. So, for instance, that step that you originally watched and saw the interaction with the Bloomberg application. Let's see. Sorry, that was not the one. Okay. Yeah, so here, because that application is a Java one, I need to make sure that in my workflow designer, so this is the tool which we are using to create the automation processes. You need to make sure that on the recorder, you have the skill that you need for the application you want to interact with. For instance, I know that this will be a Java application and I must have the Java skill enabled. When I'm going to interact with the web application, I must make sure that the web skill is enabled. Okay, and for instance, I'm going to specify here on the record and run settings that I want to enable this skill. And I also want to specify the application path and the working folder for this application. So whenever I will start the recording, it will automatically start my my application. Okay, so this is the activity recorder, a small window which you can simply press start recording. Once you do that, it will start your application. And here you must interact with the application. You can do all the steps that are required for your process to work. Okay. So this is just a very simple thing. I just need to download the file. That's it. And now I can close it. And now I can stop the recording. And if you will see here, everything is getting translated into a code, which represents the step that you took. And now everything will get synchronized here back to the workflow designer, and I can further use this this recording in my next scripts. You will see here that all the inputs that you provided can be parameterized. So you can simply remove the default values which you enter during the recording with something else. you can replace them with something else, even with inputs. Okay. So that's it with this part. And now I want to show you something more advanced. Whenever you are doing something that is, let's say, out of the ordinary, so you are not simply doing screen recording, you want to introduce additional logic, you want to have something which is far more complex. Right now, because on the foundation of the RPA solution from Micro Focus, we have two powerful tools, operational orchestration, which is on the orchestration side, and UFT, which is on the UI side. So right now I'm working with UFT, and I'm going to show you that I did all the screen recording here, but maybe I want to increase the efficiency in object identification. I want to play around with the properties of the objects, and maybe I want to change something here. You can do that as well. But besides all these steps, which represent simply interaction with the UI, I want to do something programmatically. I want to iterate through some web table. I want to increase the complexity. I want to make sure that I'm capturing some outputs only from specific points of the data table and so on. So you can do all this. And once you are done and you are happy with the result, yeah, for instance, you also want to make sure that you are passing the inputs and the outputs for later usage in your next scripts. So this is done here. Okay. Okay, and after that, once you are done, you can save for RPA inside UFT. And once you're doing this, you can just reuse the script that was created here in your workflow designer. And okay. So we will be able to simply import the UFT script. You have here this small button, import from UFT. Okay. Sorry, this takes a bit. Okay. Yeah, so we are done. And you will be able to see here only a gov, the name of the artifact, because this will be treated as a black box. Now, in the next release, which will come very soon, this integration will be far more seamless, and you will be able to work with Activity Designer, which is what we are calling it, the UFT version for RPA, directly from Workflow Designer. So you will not need to use two separate applications. Everything is just integrated for you. Okay, now here in the properties of your RPA activity, you will be able to see the inputs which you are passing, the username and password, and also the outputs that the operation will provide for you. Okay, so this is all for this part. Okay, and now how you can put everything together. You are going to create a flow which will tie everything in a single end-to-end scenario. So it's just drag and drop. You will need to manipulate the inputs and the outputs of each step to make sure that you will obtain the result that you need. And of course, you can parameterize a lot. We have system properties, which, for instance, you can use for usernames and passwords. This data will going to be handled on the RPA central system, where only the administrator will have access. So the people that are creating these automation scripts don't need to know the real username and password, which the process will use. Okay, you are setting the outputs, and these are the outputs that are going to be done in the next steps. So you see now the flow is complete. In the end, we are sending out the email with the report, and just save it. Okay. So basically, this is how you are creating your automation. And in RPA Central, we are also exposing a very powerful dashboard, which allows you to monitor the execution of your robots, to check for any errors, and to see basically how everything is working in your system. You can have a very good overview here. You can improve your reporting. So this is highly configurable. You can do whatever you want here to have data that is relevant for you. So this is how it looks like. I think I'm kind of done right now. So if you have any questions, I'm open for questions now.
Thank you so much, Florin, for your insights and for the demo. I'm already thinking of a few processes that can be automated in my day-to-day activities. We do have, in the meantime, some questions that have popped up that we will be taking. And the first one, which we will be taking in, is how can we translate RPA in revenues? I think this one goes better for you, Victor. I don't know who wants to take this one.
Yes, yes, yes. Please let me take it, and also Florin will add
Yes, sure.
details if necessary. So taking RPA in revenues is actually saving time from valuable resources. A person who is paid with, let's say, $50 per hour. I'm just throwing numbers. And you save from that person's time, I don't know, a bunch of 50 man days per year. This is actually money that you earn. Also, if someone else in your team makes a mistake who will cost you image, who will cost you money, meaning you can be sued by customer, and because a process went wrong, a mistake was made, you will lose money. That would be money actually gained. So what I can answer directly to this question is, if you want to save money, free up the brains, the resources in your company, and the time that you saved, it's actually converted into money. The other part, the image or the penalties that you can face in case of mistakes, I can't quantify right now in money, but when they come, please think of it that you could have saved it. These are the two ways to do it. Florin, anything else to add?
Yeah, so besides time that you save for one person, you are actually freeing up that person to do something which is more valuable for your organization. So I don't think you can really quantify everything, but definitely there are um, wins, quick wins, which will give you once you are automating with RPA any business process that is in nature repetitive. So basically, you will need to take into account that these are the most the likely targets for your automation. So when you have these kind of processes, this should be the first on the list.
Thank you so much for taking the questions. Florin, in the meantime, if you could please close the screen share
Yes.
so that the attendees can also see us answering these questions. We do have time for just another question, and that one comes from Mihaela and is, can RPA be used for straight through processes or only for smart part of processes? What are your thoughts on that?
Straight through, or I'm not sure I'm getting.
Let me repeat the question. So Mihail asked us if can RPA be used for straight through processes or only for small part of processes?
So
like when?
As you saw in the demo, you can have any number of steps in your process. So you can start small with a very simple process, which has only, I don't know, 2 or 3 steps, but you can expand to very, very complex processes. So this is just a real life use case, which we helped on automating for the finance department. And now they are using it in production. So yes, there are complexities, and besides this process, I just want to mention that there are others that were already deployed, and there are others more complex which are in work and are going to be deployed very soon. So this is only on the inside. Besides this, we have partners and customers that are automating their own processes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Florin. Thank you so much, Victor, for sharing all of this. You can also interact with Microfocus in the expo area, everybody. Make sure that you go in the expo area, take this networking break to interact with Microfocus, to chat with each other and network. You can exchange business cards, get connected with both Florin and Victor over there. Thanks again for the demo, for the Hello Robots. We're going to be taking a short break on our transition to the next presentation. So in between switching from this live session to the next one, make sure again you go to the expo area and you go and network and mingle with each other in the guest area. Do remember that today's event is being broadcasted by Microfocus. Thanks again, guys. Thank you so much, and see you in the expo area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I hope that you had a really good time networking. I hope that you managed to explore some of the expo booths. I'm sure that you've been here for a long while already today. I hope you enjoyed the talks as much as I did and the demo sessions. We're in the panel discussions. So today, as part of the conference, we have a panel discussion. We're going to be talking about solutions to skyrocket your financial services. And together with me today, I have Georgian Dobre, Business Development, Key Account Manager at Samsung Electronics, and Daniel Grigore, Cybersecurity Director at ChairSign. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for allocating the time to be here with us today. And be here talking about solutions to skyrocket your financial services. Everybody who's watching, make sure that you fill in questions during our discussions. We'll try as much as possible to have those questions incorporated in our dialogue to be able to answer them. So Georgian and Don are here to also take questions from you and be able to offer their insights into this. Thank you guys for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. To start everything, I'll be passing the microphone to you to shortly introduce yourselves to the audience today. So first of all, Georgian, maybe you can say a few words about you, about the company that you're representing so that everybody gets to know you better.
Thank you very much. So I'm actually in the IT business for many, many years, over 12 years, going to different companies, in Samsung for 7 years, and in the enterprise business team, so the part of the Samsung that actually does the B2B side, for 6 years. During these last 6 years, I had a lot of, let's say, experience with a lot of products, with a lot of solutions, with a lot of other companies needing these solutions. So actually, I'm here to try to tell everybody what my experience is and how maybe it can help the others.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your introduction. I'm passing the microphone to you, Dan, to share us a little bit about yourself.
I am Dan Grigore. I represent here ChairSign, one of the biggest qualified trust services providers in Romania and in Europe also. As a personal experience, I have more than 18 years in IT and 15 years in IT security especially. And we are here to talk about what we have done to help the organizations to digitalize their projects, to digitalize their solution, to digitalize their interactions with their customers in a very secure way. Cybersecurity business unit in ChairSign, it's 6 years old, and it came like a natural need for securing the online services that ChairSign is delivering to their customers. And behind me is the Security Operations Center that is continuously monitoring the entire infrastructure of the biggest TSP in Romania. So we are happy to be here, and thanks very much for your invitation, Andrei.
Thank you. And to kick it off, I'd like to first address a question, and I'd like you to share a little bit about what your companies or the companies that you're representing today, ChairSign and Samsung Electronics Romania, are currently working in when it comes to fintech. So I know that you've been working on some projects, and I'd like you to share a little bit more about them. And to do so, I'm passing the microphone to Dan.
Yeah, ChairSign started in 2019. It became the first Romanian company that delivered to its customers, and one of the few in Europe that is delivering remote qualified signature. And I'm talking here about qualified certificates for digital signatures, which is very juicy for the fintech point of view, in order to fully digitalize the entire interaction with online interaction with their customers. And we were listed in European Union list as a qualified signature and seal creation device. So it's a solution that is completely developed by us internally in SerSign. And you use for identification of users, which is a very important step in this process, through a video solution for video identification of the customer that allows us to accurately identify a customer of a bank, of a customer of another organization, not only a bank. The entire solution is audited, is certified, and everything is in terms of identification is equivalent to physical presence of the user. So it's the same, it's on the same level. So SerSign, on one hand, offers this video identification service or video identification solution, along with the remote signature solution. So it offers an entire ecosystem that offers identification and signature creation, qualified signature, remotely, in the context of the legislation, which is very strict in Europe. And I'm talking here about eIDAS regulation and all the other fintech related regulation, which we know, and I think our audience knows better than us. It's quite complex and quite strict. So we had the first beneficiary of this ecosystem, which is I can nominate it's First Bank. It's our first customer, of course, with different other ongoing projects. But they managed, along with us, they managed to set up the entire ecosystem to have a fully digitalized workflow for interaction with customers.
Thank you so much for sharing, Dan. Same question, passing it to you, Georgian.
Thank you very much. I won't say very much about Samsung. I will say, though, I will start with something historical, actually, which happened just before me joining Samsung, which was actually in 2011. And maybe many of our audiences will remember that then the National Authority for Consumer Protection actually decided that every bank should have a TV or an LCD screen in each branch. And that was the turning point of this business, actually. And at that moment, Samsung started to actually propose its smart signage networking solution to the banks in Romania. And actually, at the moment of, let's say, 2012, when this all began, everybody tried to get some kind of solution, like a TV with some external drive, displaying some images, so very archaic, let's say, kind of solutions. But little by little, actually, everybody understood that even if at the beginning it seems very inexpensive, this kind of displaying solutions actually in the long run is not that good. So that's when actually Samsung came in. And what we proposed is actually the network of professional display that can be managed in all branches from a central location. I mean, just one man, one people can schedule and can actually make the content remotely. Which actually, versus the TVs that started in 2012, the big plus is also that the display themselves can perform 24/7 inside the shop window or inside the shop, so it can be even visible from the outside. Upon this, also historically, in 2014, also the National Authority of Consumer Protection added the provision that some percentage of the display time needed to be related to customer rights information, which also actually made, let's say, the full step from the archaic systems that I told you about to what is now the smart signage that you can see in almost all the banks in Romania. And actually, we are very fond of the fact that we are over 70% market share of that smart signage machine field. So that is, let's say, what Samsung brings to the table and what I will discuss actually about today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Georgian, for giving us a little bit of a perspective. everybody who's watching us today, please make sure that you put your questions in the live session. So you go to the live session area, you go to the panel discussion that we have over here. So you're gonna find it if you scroll down. Just click on view presentation, and there you can insert your questions so that we will be able to take them, and Dan and Georgian will be able to answer them. Moving forward, I'd like to discuss a little bit about how do you see the fintech industry right now in 2020, and I'm actually more curious about both the challenges and the opportunities that come with it, because yeah, let's face it, where you have challenges, they can also be taken up as opportunities. And I'd like to hear your perspective on this. And to start it off, I'd like to pass the microphone to Georgian.
Well, I will just continue. So in the last 2 years, actually, most of, let's say, our clients or of the banks that actually we are involved with made this transition to the new, let's say, advanced digital signage system. That is much more than just there to display some information. And I want to give some examples about this, because maybe not everybody is accustomed with, okay, everybody saw when going in a branch, you see the displays, you see that it gives you some information, some movies, whatever. But what is behind that, and actually how would that help a bank actually have more income? So let's give you an example. Let's say that you have a marketing team and you know some things about your branches. For example, you have a branch situated in like an old neighborhood with mostly old people that go in the first part of the day to get their cash, their pension, you know. At the same time, you have another branch of the same bank, let's say situated in a business center where most people are young corporate people. Let's say at the same time, in one branch, you have these people, in the other branch, you have the other people. Of course, you cannot have the same messaging. As a marketing, you cannot communicate the same in the two branches. So you need a system that will allow you to actually let the old people know what are their gain to keep their pension or to gain something in the branch where they go. And the corporate young people, what if they want to take a new house, for example, or they have other, let's say, needs. So you need to be very careful when you are communicating to your customers and have the tools to actually put it on display. Of course, you know, it's very hard at the beginning, because you'll say, okay, but I can communicate in some ways. But finally, if you put it on the paper, and that's what we do with our customers, you will see that having a centralized system, and we have actually even a software, we have the Samsung Magic Info software that can actually schedule, you can actually put different types of messaging for different branches, for different screens on that branch, and so on. Actually, this will help you on the long run to maximize your income. And that's what we are doing now in 2020. We are trying to push this for the people to understand that actually you need really, really important types of, you know, niche messaging for your customers. So going to, let's say, what is happening right now with the pandemic, because everybody's asking, okay, but now the times are changing, and really the times are changing. And we have some very nice solutions for this wind of change. And for example, imagine because social distancing is so important right now. Imagine information kiosks. You imagine that you can actually give to people information without having direct contact with your employee. Also, it's very important to go, and I'm sure CertSign is on the same level with me. It's very important to go in the mobile world and actually have a paperless solution. So on the screen, on the information kiosk, you'll be actually helped to go and put on your phone a mobile app that will help you have, I don't know, your financial services directly on your phone, which is, again, very important. Also, imagine that everybody now has a temperature control. When you go inside any store, any bank branch, whatever, we actually have some solution not to have a person taking your temperature, because sometimes that can be intrusive. you can have a screen with a thermal camera, and the screen will tell you you're okay, you can go in the bank. Or imagine that in the bank, only like 5 people can be inside at the same time because it's a small bank. We have the systems to actually see how many people are inside. So on the screen outside, you'll see too many people inside. Please let one people get out, and then you can go in, and so on. So there are many systems that can actually help at this moment and can actually give a plus to what is happening. So what I think it's a good potential solution that actually is not yet exploited in our banks, because we have a lot of customers that don't do this yet, is the shop window screens also, because you don't want to go inside many times. Even you have to, you want to get some information only, so you don't want to get and take the paper from the. Why not have it directly on the shop window and see exactly, and you can actually interact and so on. So there are many solutions for this period that can actually help very much the industry.
Thank you so much for the insight, Georgian. I'm passing the microphone to you, Dan, just to briefly repeat the question. How do you see the fintech industry in 2020, challenges in comparison with opportunities? Dan, you have the microphone.
Just to continue a little bit what Georgian said, actually our ecosystem has a very common name. You know, we called it paperless, which is actually the name that was registered also to, let's say, intellectual property organizations. And yeah, what do I see here is the fact that there are two major problems, and I'm talking here not about from the. I will talk about that dimension that will not give you extra money, but will cost you more money as a company, as a bank, which is security. And I'm thinking here about the biggest problem is how do you transpose a physical identity with the electronic one? This is the first question. This is the first thing. And then how do you manage that identity in order to be able to access online services, everything that is done online? Of course, also we let's say rushed by this pandemic environment, which, as Georgian said, and I'm so agree with him, and I will agree also with all other specialists that said this will change our lives forever. So let's come back a little bit about this transposing the identity from physical world to electronic world. Here we started with with a project a few years ago, which is called CertMe. CertMe, it's a solution for trusted digital onboarding using decentralized identity. And we think about that because you have an electronic identity, you as a citizen, in different systems. You have a physical identity in your first bank, in your second bank, because most of us were working with maybe 1 or 2 or 3 banks. You have a digital identity in your telco provider. You have a digital identity in the system of your I don't know, energy provider, ISP, internet service provider, and that's it. And everything is silos, you know. So we can with this project to help. Also, we have this problem. We as company, as Sursign, we have more than 1 million qualified certificate issued. So we have 1 million digital identities of different physical identities, and we started to think about, okay, if one of the providers is seeing you as a person, knows your physical identity and transpose your physical identity into a digital identity, and you do that through a procedure that is audited, or maybe it's well recognized. I'm talking here also about banks. They have the KYC procedures. Why shouldn't I trust you? Because why Sursign shouldn't trust a bank that already saw you, that already knows that you are you, that already knows transpose your physical identity in a electronic one. So we started to think about this solution, which is like a blockchain, the identity blockchain, to build a new identity framework. So if you have one provider that grants your digital identity, then all the other players in this environment should trust and should issue services to give you access to online services based on that identity that is validated by only one, not by each player itself. So here we talk about these identities that are qualified, are validated, but through let's say similar procedures, similar identification procedures, and to be trustful for everybody that is contributing to this ecosystem. This solution, as I told you, is called CertMe. It's started to, one of the players can be the banks, or maybe, as I told you, the internet services provider. So it will work like this. You buy a qualified certificate, you need it for the fiscal authorities or whatever. So CertSign verifies your identity, offers you an identity also in this service that is called CertMe. From that moment on, you can open an account to a bank, go to a telco operator to buy a new I don't know subscription, go to your utilities provider, and I say go, not physically go, but to access an online service, and everything is done already through to already verified and validated digital identities. So this is one step. How do you transpose that? Okay, the next thing is how. Okay, you have a digital identity. How do you manipulate, or how do you manage? How do you access those services? Because most of those services are still, let's say, in a manual or semi-automatic manner. And of course, how do you, at the end of, you have a process. I don't know. I don't want to give an example. You have a process, and in the end, you have a paper, a contract, a paper, or something that should have a value. Of course, everything is done in an online environment, and that's why we are thinking here about a connection between those identities that are digital, in conjunction with the most secure way of having verified documents. And I'm talking here about digital signatures. And if everything is done from end to end, is done exclusively in an electronic manner, it will be very great for fintechs to evaluate. Of course, as I told you, security is not a thing you cannot emphasize with security. You cannot say I'm the most secure in the world, because everything expects you to be like that. And then it's the same thing. It's the same thing when I'm talking about banks. You cannot say as a bank that your system is very secure. Really? It is supposed to be like that. So you cannot just say to say, okay, I'm the best in this thing. And that's what I said earlier. It's a continuous balance between accessibility, make it easier to be used, have a user experience quite correctly, easy to access, and on the other hand, with all the regulation, and I'm talking here about best practices and regulations that should be respected, and everything should be done in a proper manner, because people should. It's everything about trust. If you lose the trust, you just, in this digital world, trust is everything. So if you lose the trust, you just close the shop. Let's say everything is done. So this is what I see the biggest challenges of the fintech in this year, and also with the years that will come.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dan. I just want to remind everybody who's watching us and who's following us right now to make sure that you know about the Q&A session. You can fill in questions if you go to the live session and go to the Q&A, fill in questions over there so that both Dan and Georgian can answer in the live stream right now together with us. In the meantime, we do have some questions that have started popping up, and one is addressed directly to you, Dan, and Andrei is asking about when is he going to be able to use CertSign on his mobile. And it would be great as an option to have this, to import certificates and then use the biometrics of the mobile further on.
Yes, we are part of different, let's say, research R&D projects in Europe, especially related to this identification mechanism and also to digital identities mechanism. So, just to be, I understood very well the question. Andrei seems to be, let's say, a technical person because he put some technical, let's say, technical question more or less. Our system, this paperless system, which is based on different components. So one of the components is a web service that allows a client app that can be a mobile app, yeah, a client app to use the digital certificates and everything, the cryptographic material, let's call it like that, that is stored in our premises. So we are in the process of developing such application, and we are in, let's say, in beta testing of such application, just to be used to have qualified digital signatures without having a token. Just it needs only one step to be done. That it is mandatory to be done, the identification process, which can be video, as we spoke earlier, or it can be, let's say, the equivalent one, which is face-to-face, whatever. He came to our office, somebody says it, he gives a QR code, and based on that QR code, he has just scan it, have everything on its phone. The biggest problem with mobile apps, and probably you'll know it, probably Georgian will also emphasize that, is the fact that is in continuous changing. Continuous, and I say continuous is nothing. You will never have, let's say, this one is stable and that's it. So you continuously have changes, you continuously have patches, you continuously have, of course, you also have different firmware from one phone to another phone, from one producer to another producer. We all know that the only Android that is clean is on Nokia mobile phones. Yeah, so Samsung has another Android, Motorola has another Android, Huawei another one, and that's it. And the biggest challenge is to always keep the pace with this continuous changing of environment. Of course, that the go-to-market processes for smartphones, for tablets, is also pushing versions after versions after versions for each device. And basically, a lifetime of a mobile phone is no longer than 2 years. So everybody is changing their mobile phones at 2 years, and maybe overlaps one, or maybe two or three versions of that smartphone from one acquisition to another. So this is actually the biggest challenges the biggest challenge in this mobile app. Yes, but as I told you, is in the roadmap. I expect it to be launched somewhere in Q4 of this year, to be published in Google App, in Google Play Store, and also in App Store of iOS. Of course, with iOS there are different challenges, but anyway, yes, it will be possible. So far, the solution is working. As I told you, has some client apps that is consuming those services, but it will be done soon. And as I told you, Andrei, in this moment, this qualified stuff, qualified electronic signature, qualified digital certificates, qualified trust services, can be done without, as we used to be, with this USB token.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dan, for getting this question. Moving forward, I'd like to move on to another question, and this is more about. So when we talk fintech, we usually talk about a lot of innovation. Innovation is keyword. You, as Devi, one of our speakers earlier mentioned, you either innovate or you don't exist anymore. I'd like to ask you a little bit about if you can give us some examples or case studies of what your company was involved in the past and how they innovated in comparison to how things were. And this time I'm passing the microphone to you, Georgian.
Thank you, Andrei. I will pick up where actually Dan left it because we actually had in Spain, Samsung had a mobile app with a bank called La Caixa, which actually can recognize your face so you can have some microfinancing directly from your phone. And actually the microfinancing was also for some Samsung products. So you could buy the top of the line products from Samsung, which actually are products over 1,500, 2,000 euro, like QLED TVs, Samsung Fold and this kind of products directly from your phone. So it's actually a thing that happened in Spain. It did not happen in Romania. But what I want to emphasize in here, and what I was starting to think, if it happens for products with like 2,000 euro, for simple people, just someone who just wants a phone, why not change our mentality and do the same for the SMBs? Because the fact is, and I was thinking a little bit about this, what SMBs do usually when they want to actually take a loan or do something is they have, let's say, loans for cars, or they do stuff, really basic stuff. But what about actually investing in digitalization? Because at this moment, what is happening at this moment is that many companies are stuck. They don't actually know how to develop. They don't have the ideas. They have low revenues. And actually, I am encouraging these guys, these entrepreneurs, if they're listening, to ask their bank to help, to finance, because actually we can help the banks, we at Samsung, and I'm sure CertSign can do the same. And I think in this pandemic, we could find solutions together. And I think digitalization is one of those solutions to make companies grow further and actually help their customers. So also for the financial institutions, my message is at this moment, let's try some new stuff. New stuff meaning okay, let's help some guys actually develop. And digitalization is the big new thing, but it's also it will have an impact on everybody, and it will have an impact on the whole economy if you think about it. And what I want to emphasize is that Samsung already has, with one major bank in Romania, we have one, let's say, financing solution for what we call LED, which is not what you would expect, is actually digital out of home. So it's those big screens you see on the malls or you see outside in the city, big screens where you put your advertising. You will see them even in retail stores. So you'll see them. In the last 2 years, we actually had a lot of this kind of sales. But this solution, what this does is not only put your signage about your company. If you're a retail store, you can actually sell that space to your vendors for advertising. So why not help these guys that actually have a hard time right now make money from something else also, like selling advertising? Also, there could be this kind of microfinancing for productivity boosters, like remote conference, like collaboration tools. Actually, Samsung and Cisco have designed together this tool, which we call the Samsung Flip. That is actually very, very interesting for remote collaboration. You can actually do your normal, let's say, video conference, but you can also work on documents. You can directly interact on that whiteboard with the document, and you can work directly with your, let's say, colleague, whatever kilometers away from your location. So this is another thing that companies can invest in, because it will help them produce, more in ideas and finally have more income. Also, we have a very nice system, for example, in our phones, which is called the Samsung Dex. 2 weeks ago, actually, I demoed it. And many companies already have the phones, the Samsung phones. We have in the market something like 1 million phones that work if you put them directly to a monitor, Samsung monitor, like a PC, which actually can cut costs for many, many companies. If you only buy the monitor and you put it in the employee's home and they already have the phone, you just need the monitor, keyboard, and mouse and actually do your normal work process. So there are many, many tools like this, and we encourage people to actually try them and try to get out of this situation where many of them are feeling stuck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Georgian. Don, the same question to you. Let me know if you want me to repeat it.
No, it doesn't have to repeat it. I understood very well. Just to mention what Georgian said about Samsung DeX, I'm a big fan. I use it quite regular. And yeah, we also had some collaboration with Samsung with different applications that we develop, and we had a lot of events together, including this Samsung DeX. Yeah, what I was thinking about a use case. We talk a lot with banks, and what we noticed is also a silo thinking in terms of try to solve a specific problem, but all the time we, as let's say, specialized in this domain, as we work in it for more than 19 years. It started in 2001. This PKI certification and stuff like that. We try to see the entire process from the banking point of view. You have an onboarding of a customer. Then you have a customer journey. He does something in the platforms. He accesses some services, whatever. You have an end of a transaction. I'm calling it a transaction. I'm calling it some signing some documents, some fiscal checking and stuff like that. And in the end, you have a loan. And in the end, you'll have some payments. And in the end, you'll just end your relation with the customer. We're trying to see the full process from one end to the other. And we came here with the services, and also with solutions to cover this entire process. Starting with onboarding, just as we talked earlier, the transformation from a physical identity to a digital one. Then we have the journey that needs you are talking about some interaction with some IT systems, and you have to have them fully functional. You have to cover the CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the system. And these are cybersecurity services that you have to put on top on those systems to have them all the time ongoing. Then you have documents that you need to sign them. Then that document is ending its life. You have to archive it. So we also have this service for our customers. So in the end, you try to cover the entire. We are trying to cover the entire let's say the entire spectrum of digitalization of those services, from onboarding to archiving the documents. Of course, with all the restrictions and the regulations that are in place. This first use case, this first finalized project, and we are very proud of it, with First Bank, which is quite a new bank in our market, helped us to see this entire spectrum. Helped us also to understand the restrictions, to understand what needs to be applied here, what needs to be applied there. Of course, as we have the scarecrow, GDPR, stuff like that. But anyway, you have a lot of milestones, yeah, that you have to drive between them, and in the end to have a very attractive product. In the end, you have a very attractive product for the customer, because the customer accesses it, not you, not me, not the IT engineer of the bank. Another thing that we saw, that a recent problem that we noticed in banking, that is PSD2 regulation. It's a directive. We didn't have a law in Romania to transpose the PSD2 directive. This one requires some qualified certificates for transaction protection. And there are some specific stuff in those certificates that needs to be done when the signatures are created and they are validating in different, let's say, in a specific way. Not it's also PKI, but we had some specificities. And we came with a solution for this stuff because we saw that there's a problem there. Okay, it's a PKI, we are specialists in PKI. What needs to be done? There are some things that are needed to be done here and here. But what we saw, most of the requests came from outside the country. So we had a lot of customers that are outside our countries that came to us. We have an advantage here because we also have we are also the creators of the solution. Not only we don't just operate it, buy it from somewhere else and operate it here. No, we also created and have the possibility to customize it as the customer need. But this one was also another problem, and we encourage everyone to ask. Nobody will say, "I won't say you," because I don't. Just ask, and people. We have here a lot of guys that are also understand very well the business to help all the fintechs to advance with their services and continuously innovate. Because if you don't innovate, you stop to exist.
Yep, that's right. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you so much, Georgian. Slowly but steady, our time is up. But I'm gonna build on what you asked, what you shared last, Dan. And this is ask. And I'm asking everybody who still has questions to both go to the expo area where you can interact with Samsung and CertSign. You can go there and ask your questions. And interact with Samsung and CertSign. Dan, Georgian, thank you very, very much for sharing all your insights with us, for asking all your questions, for debating all of this, and for working together with me in this amazing panel that we had today. I'd like just to thank you, and thanks for accepting our invitation. And for everybody who's watching, we're going to have another 15-minute networking break. Make sure that you use this time to go in the expo area, and also you can go and network, you can go and mingle, you can go and share business cards with each other. Thanks, everybody. Have a nice day. See you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a really good time networking, having a short break, going to the expo area, and chatting with the partners over there. We're back. We're back with Lex. We'll be talking about, is fintech actually the new gold rush? Make sure that you go into the live session area where you will be able to ask questions, so that those questions can be answered live at the end of the presentation. Together with me today, we have Lex Sokolin. He's the CMO and Global FinTech Co-Head of Consensus. I'll let you, if I misspelled it a little bit, I do apologize. Lex is a futurist and entrepreneur working on the next generation of financial services. He's the global fintech co-head, a blockchain technology at Consensus, a blockchain technology company building the infrastructure, applications, and practices that enable a decentralized world. Lex, I am passing the microphone to you. Thank you so much for having the time and joining us today.
Wonderful, thank you, and great to be here. Thanks everybody for taking the time to attend this talk in a virtual environment. I feel very connected to my computer screen, and hopefully you're connected to my video. Let me hop into a presentation because I do use my slides as a crutch. So let's just get into it. I don't know if people can see it or not. Can you give me some affirmative or negative reaction to whether it's projecting?
Not yet, Lex, not yet.
Not yet. Of course, this is how it would be. How about now?
Yes, we do see your slides. Make sure
Fantastic.
that you hit the full screen. Perfect. We can see everything.
Okay, we're together now. We're in the PowerPoint world. Everything's on track. We can relax. Things are good in the PowerPoint world. Okay, so I'll walk you through a couple of things today, and very much the topic is, is fintech the next gold rush? But I think even more so, it's what is fintech in 2020 and what part of it is the gold rush? Because a lot of things that in the past were these large value generating things are actually fairly commoditized and obvious and already complete. So I'll point us to the things that I believe are still yet to be done, and I think certainly that will coincide with the types of things I'm working on, but that's because my thoughts and beliefs are consistent with the work that I do. And then we'll talk about how all of it comes together, where the value accrues, and so on. But first, just a little bit about myself. There are lots of people on the internet. Why do they get to talk about these topics? So my background spans very early fintech, as well as Wall Street. So I built my career first in New York, working at Lehman Brothers with our first exit to Barclays in 2008. I've worked in investment management strategy at Barclays and Lehman. I've worked in investment banking at Deutsche Bank, and so have an anchoring in traditional financial services. But I was fairly lucky to be liberated into entrepreneurship after the 2008 financial crisis, and start thinking about how does technology, as envisaged by Silicon Valley or other startups, apply, reform, transform financial services. So kind of my core foundational experience was building a digital investment platform called Nest Egg, later to become Advisor Engine, which we recently sold to a $600 billion asset manager called Franklin Templeton. After that, I worked on an equity research business called Autonomous Research, where I founded the fintech practice, and we focused on blockchain, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, as applied to large publicly traded financial services companies. And so you can see a couple of research reports that I've authored. This business was sold to AllianceBernstein about a year and a half ago. And finally, today I am with a company called Consensus in two roles. One is as the Chief Marketing Officer, and then second as a co-head of the fintech software business for this company. And I'll talk about some of the rationales that describe this career path, essentially the same rationale that describes my observations about the fintech ecosystem. Just to anchor Consensus, because different companies are known in different places. We are the definitional Ethereum blockchain company. We've got about 600 people globally focused on public blockchain infrastructure, writing software into financial blockchains. We've worked with over 300 different types of companies, with 300 different companies on digital transformation engagements, and you can see some logos of our clients underneath. So very much interested in how this impacts incumbents. Okay, so hopefully that gives you a little bit of a flavor of my background and gives me some authority to talk about financial services and the transformation of our industry over the last decade. So I'm a charts and numbers person. Charts are important to me, and so a lot of the story will be through data to connect the logic together. And the first point is that financial services are around 25% of global domestic product. That's grown very much over the last 50, 60 years as manufacturing declined. But wherever you look, whether it's in the U.S. economy, or if you look in the more global European economy, if you look in Eastern Europe, what you're going to see is financial services increasing over time as a percent of the financial activity that we do. And in large part, this is correlated with a well-functioning economy. So there's a strong statistical correlation between access to credit, access to finance, access to banking, and then gross domestic product per capita. So if we want to lift the productivity of countries, we need to provide banking and lending and payments and investing services, healthy capital markets, property rights systems, all of the good stuff that allows you to participate in an economy, save on an individual level, and generally grow businesses. The interesting thing that's happened over the last decade, and that is, I think, a large driver of the macro changes we see, is that the venture capital investment in fintech was deeply lagging the percentage of the economy that financial services contributed to. So if you look at 2007, something like 5% of private venture investment was in fintech. 5%. If you remember, 25% is the share of the economy. If you looked at publicly traded companies, 23% were financial services. So you can see this massive gap between value funded for early stage. And then in the light blue bars, what you see is all private venture investment. So not only was it underpenetrated, but it was also a much lower amount than today. And so over the last decade, what we've seen is a 5x in the amount of money that's been put into private venture capital, early stage technology companies. And then we've seen a 3x in terms of the share that financial services has within that venture funding. It's a tremendous wave behind us. These tailwinds that are bringing fintech forward, right? It's never been easier to start a finance company. Essentially, it's never been easier to raise money. It's never been easier to get customers. It has been great to be an entrepreneur, and that's what we've experienced to date. I think as an operator in a financial incumbent, or as a technology company, or as an investor, what you often see are these very disparate technology themes popping up. So people will talk about digital payments and neobanks and insurtech and regtech and financial APIs and open banking and blockchain and all these symptoms of an underlying thing that's been happening in the industry, catalyzed by all this money coming through. And that thing that's happening is, to put it very simply, is just the digitization of financial services. This has happened to media. This has happened to lots of other industries on the way. It's happened with the internet, it's happened with transportation, and finance is just harder to apply the digitization vector towards. The transformation takes longer, there are more regulatory barriers, it's a more human environment and a much more human industry. However, it's still happening, and it's happening across the industry structure. So you can think about, the manufacturing where stuff is made. At the bottom is the factory. How do you make funds? How do you make bank accounts? Where do you put your capital as an insurer? How do you underwrite? You can think of distribution, which is the store in which the product is sold. So whether it's the bank branch or it's the mobile phone, or whether it's the lending officer or the insurance claims assessment person, these are all human interfaces to distributing financial product. And then there's the value chain in between. And of course, this is very different for the component industries of financial services. But as a simplification, we see in each one of these different types of symptoms for the underlying digital transformation. And then horizontally, we see transformation across both human process to machine process, so robotic process automation, or putting, for example, asset allocation into a phone. And then we also see the digitization of intelligence, so judgment at scale on top of data, so from human intelligence to machine intelligence. And these are cumulative vectors. They reinforce each other. The end outcome of all this activity and about $400 billion of venture capital, thanks in large part to SoftBank and DST Global, is that what started out as digital versions of particular verticals, the best digital lending app, the best digital investing app, the best digital banking app, are actually turning into geographic champions that are aggregating and bundling products. So if you think about a Revolut or a TransferWise or a Robinhood, or if you think about the American fintechs of SoFi and Betterment, they might have started out doing one thing, but now they're adding on investment accounts and banking accounts and mortgage accounts and underwriting accounts, and all of it aggregated into one place. The large banks are doing exactly the same thing. They are copying things one by one. Goldman Sachs today is the largest neobank in the UK with 25 billion in deposits, and that is the maximum they're allowed to be, and that's within a scope of a year. Goldman Sachs is the biggest neobank by assets. You can look at JP Morgan and its free trading competition with Robinhood. You can look at RBS and its competition with Starling. You can look at Fidelity or Schwab trying to compete with the digital wealth managers. The list is endless. Essentially, all the features of the startups are being integrated into the large banks. And then finally, the large tech companies like Amazon and Apple are in this game as well. Obvious and clear point, whether it's Facebook with its digital currency and payment rail, or whether it is Apple with its card underwritten by Goldman and a personal finance management interface, or literally take any tech firm. They're deeply engaged in financial services and are globally trying out various business models. So the net result, it's economics, introductory economics. You increase supply and price goes down. So if you look at digital investing, you increase supply and price goes down. What used to cost 1.5% now costs about 0.25%. Vanguard just launched a digital advisor with a price of 15 basis points. And Vanguard is a $1 trillion assets under management company. If you look at pricing of digital banking transfers, right, whether it's TransferWise or whether it's Revolut, and you think about how much it used to cost to do an international FX transfer, let's say you take a credit card and you go from London to Paris to buy a sandwich, you pay 6% to the bank. Now that is essentially free. So you're seeing collapses in prices anywhere between 60% or in some cases up to 90%. And all of this is blurring together. So whereas before you had very clearly defined, I'm a bank or I'm an investor or I'm an underwriter, I'm an insurance company, all of these apps, number one, look the same, and number two is have features from adjacent apps. So, for example, you can draw a straight line from Aviva to an insurance, from Facebook Messenger, a texting app, into Aviva, an insurance company, through various adjacent startups. And this is a sort of like bundling of services that I've talked about. And it also is an overlap between different types of companies. So companies that never had to compete are now stepping on each other's toes, with big tech and payments being adjacent, banking and investment management starting to fight over the personal wallet experience for an individual, insurance companies reversing into investment management from their existing positions. And of course, all of the things I'm describing are both obvious and boring to those of you that follow Asia and the East, whether you're looking at China or whether you're looking at India or the Philippines. What we know is that there is an even stronger fintech effort there. And it's stronger in the sense that the super apps are bundling not just financial services, but adjacent life services around financial identity. So whereas in the West, what you usually have is your identity tied into a social network that is primarily for media or entertainment, like Instagram or a Facebook or a chat app. And then you bring that social identity into financial services as a passport. In the East, this is reversed because payments and lending are sort of a social good growing very quickly with massive penetration into the long tail of the population. And that gives companies like Ant Financial and Tencent the ability to bundle transportation on top or e-commerce on top in a way that Amazon and Facebook are not able to do. So all of these dynamics play out in a really interesting way for financial services. The first point is for those of you that understand traditional finance as a factory that makes product which needs to be pushed to customers are going to be really challenged by the business model of attention platforms, which reverse this. They reverse this by being a black hole for attention and then having thousands of embedded features, some of which are financial, some of which are entertainment, some of which are e-commerce. And so the primacy of finance as an important thing goes away. It's just one out of a million different things. Another way you can think about it that's perhaps challenging is you can think of financial generics. And so when, for example, you go to buy medicine, let's say you have a headache and you want to buy paracetamol or ibuprofen, you're not going to a branded paracetamol store. You're not going into an aspirin store to get aspirin. You're just going to a pharmacy or a supermarket which sells all of these different things. And one of the things that you get at the supermarket is your aspirin. And so similarly, if you think about financial services in this way, why do we go shopping for financial services products in the financial services store? We can just get financial services products anywhere. And this is what open banking and embedded financial APIs are doing. So for example, whether it's Tesla selling its own insurance through its own car using the data in the car for the underwriting, or whether it is any of the PSD2 enabled APIs, or whether it is Plaid being acquired by Visa for $5 billion, you can come back to this concept of financial generics which exist anywhere and everywhere that are embedded and which are coming at a much lower price. Okay, we're going to take a breather because that was very dense. The good news is that the next section is even more dense. But I think what it will show you is what the part that fintech has not solved, and the part that I think is really interesting to work on today. So we talked about distribution and this idea of democratizing access to traditional financial services. We've also kind of touched this idea of a little bit more efficiency, 20% more efficiency here, deploy artificial intelligence to fight fraud, that kind of stuff, underwrite better. There's lots and lots of enabling software. But we haven't really changed anything underneath inside of the manufacturing of the financial product. And so what we're kind of doing now by putting mobile apps on top of our existing infrastructure is trying to sell a Spotify of CDs. These are physical, 50-year-old core banking systems that are being packaged into a mobile modern experience and skin. The underlying thing has not really been modernized. And if you think about the cliches of venture capital, about Google, about Uber or Netflix, the actual innovation was not distribution, it was manufacturing. So digital manufacturing of content, which created websites on the internet, is the reason that Google today has an amazing business, and why for the advertising industry, 40% of it today sits on the web and mobile digital within search engines. And this is because the supply of the free good, the digital good, increased exponentially, as you see on the chart on the left. It is not just that you can get to it for free, it's the fact that the content can be written by anyone, increasing the supply. Similarly, for music, it's not that you can download an MP3, it's that there are MP3s to download, that there are songs to download. And it's not until that digitization happened, that supply went essentially infinite, that is the point at which the music industry revenues collapse, something like 50%. And only now you can see the streaming model starting to counteract and finding a way for us to build digitally native economics. And again, it goes back to the manufacturing. Same thing for Uber and the concept of a digital taxi medallion rather than the sovereign issued taxi medallion. You now have an iPhone enabled complement in a completely different package. And again, it's the manufacturing of a good that is now much cheaper to distribute, and the supply can go up, and then the price goes down. And so, I deeply believe that the next leg of the journey for financial technology is really to think about financial product manufacturing and combining the concepts of portfolio management and core banking and the large exchanges and the various infrastructures of financial services, which are hundreds of billions of dollars in enterprise value, with companies like Temenos or Envestnet or Fiserv. And if you look at blockchains, in large part, this is what they do. So blockchain-based trading, settlement, money movement are the perfect infrastructure for a lot of financial services. They have property rights embedded by design. They have authenticity and scarcity of digital assets. They are composable. They are secure. They can be compliant and auditable, and in large part are being now pivoted to build financial services infrastructure. And so in looking at this industry, lots of people have very quick emotions about crypto assets. And so I think it's important to separate out the rail from the payload. The rail is the open source programmable environment in which software runs. It can run in the software can run in the cloud, it can run on your computer, it can run on a blockchain. And then the digital asset is the payload. So whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or a share of Apple stock or a sword inside of a game, all of these are digital assets that you can put on rails. And so that is being applied globally in a different way. A central bank digital currency might sit on a different rail than you would for a public network. But regardless, this is a useful distinction. And the way that we see this changing over time is that there's a crypto maturity curve along which these things happen. At first, you work with enterprises for mutualizing data and anchoring towards a single shared source of truth for workflows, for data sharing, for supply chains, which is largely in vogue today and implemented by companies like IBM using Fabric, by R3 using Corda, by Consensus using Ethereum, and a variety of others. Once you have the mutualized layer for data, then you can start getting into digital assets and the tokenization of various asset classes. Once you have the asset classes on chain within this ecosystem, you can start building the software that used to apply to assets or to securities. You can start building it into the network and making it essentially free. So instead of thinking about trading software, something you run on your computer or you run in your server, trading software is just embedded into the asset ecosystem itself. It's free to use. It's distributed. It's hosted by everybody at the same time, and it's the way financial infrastructure can be managed in the future. And then finally, these things coalesce together into a decentralized financial economy where you have interoperability between payments, between money movements and banking, and investments and insurance and underwriting, all of it coming together in the same standards, in the same wallets, which massively decreases the complexity and the cost of building financial products. Today, we see lots of asset classes starting to enter that digital asset phase. So it's not the large equities or the large fixed income infrastructures. It's very much the alternatives or specialty finance asset classes like invoice factoring, real estate funds, collateralized loans, commercial paper. So very much right now focused on alternatives and reformatting those asset classes to be blockchain native. Simultaneously, the decentralized finance ecosystem is evolving very quickly too. And for those of you that that are interested at the very frontier of what's going on, I recommend you check out some of the names of these projects, whether they are MakerDAO or Compound or any of the names I have up on this chart under DeFi. There's now about 2.5 billion of value powering collateralized loans on Ethereum. It's about $10 billion worth of cash equivalents, primarily denominated in US dollars, that is being used for what is primarily financial and investment activity through various financial machines that can do a variety of these functions I've mentioned. This is a visualization of how the various decentralized finance protocols interact. They're all free to use, but for the cost of the value of the network. And you can see an evolution and a complexity into how people work together in this ecosystem. So I know we're short on time. I'm going to bring it all together. We've talked about financial services as the percentage of GDP. We've talked about the venture funding that has created an increase in supply, mostly focused on the distribution of financial products. We've talked about the type of manufacturing that we're likely to see in the industry. And now if you imagine this world, it's fairly clear that it's a machine world, that most of finance is made by robots, is consumed by robots, is traded by robots, and that for humans, this is a world that needs quite a bit of oversight. And the question is, who's going to win in this world, and who wins this gold rush? And I think there's three paths that we're going to see simultaneously. The first is the pure artificial intelligence firms, and these are the tech giants. Ant Financial trying to IPO for 200 billion in China is very much an example of like a Terminator, a robot native financial services company. Alternately, you might have a hybrid. You might have like a RoboCop. So it's a corporate like a JP Morgan or a Goldman Sachs or a Santander, BBVA, that has transformed itself and replaced human parts with machine parts. And so these can be quite successful given the existing footprint. And finally, for those of you that understand Star Trek references, there's also the Borganism, which is a collection of independent, interoperable robot parts, machine parts that take the best pieces that are learned from various cultures and integrate them into a single whole. And so we see the open source movement with decentralized finance and blockchain-based infrastructure coming together to replicate many of the top-down design services that we see in the traditional world. So hopefully that gives you a flavor of the macro picture for fintech and DeFi. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Lex, for offering this really comprehensive insight. We are very short on time, as you earlier mentioned, but I do have a question. If you would have any kind of advice for fintechs starting right now, what would that be? And before that, I would ask you to open your camera if you can, and to make sure that the sharing is off. We do not see sharing on. So yeah. Any kind of advice for upcoming fintech companies that you might have? What would or how would you use the challenges and the opportunities that nowadays are there in bringing up a new fintech venture?
It's a really simple answer and it's generalizable. So figure out what is your unfair advantage. Do not compete fairly. You will lose and you'll get burnt out. So figure out the one way that you're really different and where you have connections and where you have access to marketing or whatever it is, and use that to lever up. And then number two is the only thing that matters is your customer. Your social accounts don't matter. Your website doesn't matter. The design of your PDFs doesn't matter. The only what you think doesn't matter. Your background doesn't matter. How fancy you are doesn't matter. How much money you have doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is, do you have customers? Do you lose money per customer or not? And is the number of your customers growing? And so I think a lot of people get caught up in the hype and don't build a good, healthy cash flow business. So start with your client.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing all of this and for being with us together with us today. Sorry. Thank you for everybody who's watching us. Make sure that you get to use the break in order to check out the other expo booths. Lex, again, thank you for joining us, for having the time, and hope to see you soon.
My pleasure. Twitter, Lex Sokolin. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day. everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. I really hope that you had a really nice break and you managed to go to the expo booths, to the expo area. I really hope you managed to network a little bit and mingle around, share some business cards. And we're back with our last demo session of the day. Do make sure that you tune in. Do make sure that you share your questions in the live presentation. You have a question area where you can post questions over there, and then we'll get to those questions towards the end of the demo session. So without any further ado, right now with me, we have Andrea, who is the Chief Growth Officer at Druid. Andrea is a PhD in business computer studies with a focus on artificial intelligence, and has numerous awards. Andrea, I am now going to pass the microphone to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks everyone for attending at such end of the day, to end the day with us, with Druid. It's my pleasure to introduce our company and also our virtual assistant for banking, so for financial sector, Victor. Now I'm going to share my screen. Okay, please tell me if you see anything.
Yes.
Okay. So Druid is a company that was a startup company that was started in 2018 by Liviu Dragan together with me and two other colleagues. We have started this company having in mind the need for self-services that all of us have, either if we are talking about employees or if we are talking about customers of our companies. Having this in mind, we thought of offering users a possibility both of self-service and also to talk to their enterprise systems. Wouldn't it be great to talk to your system rather than to go and click and look for information in different sources? This has been our motivation for building up Druid platform. Druid is a no-code chatbot platform on which you can create chatbots that can integrate with any process, with any enterprise systems, and make you able to talk to the system, to democratize information, to be able to access it from your mobile device at any time, anywhere. Within these 2 years, we have had a spectacular growth. We were able to raise over 2.7 million euros, and we have gathered a lot of logos on our PowerPoints. We are proud to have partners as all the big four companies, but also we have a very rapidly growing partner network on different sides of the world. But what happened recently, and we are very proud of, is our partnership with UiPath, because this is both a technical recognition for our platform and also a strong partnership that we consider to be as a stone corner in our evolution. So UiPath almost 2 months ago has decided to sign a reseller agreement to promote worldwide our chatbot technology, so that now UiPath robots can talk. So via our chatbot technology, both attended and unattended robots can have voice. We have created a lot of workforce, virtual workforce during these 2 years, both for retail, but also for financial sector, for pharma, for telco, for healthcare. Probably some of you have already met our assistants that are changing millions of messages already. For instance, in one of the most conversational, let's say, and preferred agent is Maria, from Regina Maria, who has over 1 million messages per month already. And also we have internal chatbots that are used in banking sector that have over 500K messages per month, because employees have already started to talk very much with the chatbot to solve their problems. Either if we are talking about HR, if we are talking about I don't know, administrative or operational tasks, they are performing all these tasks via the chatbot to interact with all the systems they need to. And this reduces their time and also creates more efficient information in the system, because it's not that much error prone. During the COVID period, self-service has been increased as a need. So work from home, customers that moved on digital, everything was optimized with the help of chatbot assistants. And Victor was one of the assistants that was very frequently used during this period, especially during the emergency state, where was that law coming from the government for loan deferral. There were some banks that requested our solution, and we have managed to implement it in less than 1 week for some of them, to be able to help the contact center reduce the load that came over in such a short notice. So there, in this, we have here a use case coming from, for instance, OTP Bank, that reduced their load on the help desk agents by 97%. So from 20 minutes, it went down to 10 seconds. The processing time of loan deferral, which kind of became 100% automatic. Similar was the case for BT, who has launched 2 new chatbots during this period. One is Ino, and the other one was Raul, who is the first chatbot for banking in WhatsApp, and also in Facebook Messenger is dedicated for small and medium enterprises. Coming back to Victor, Victor is a complex banking assistant that can cover a lot of areas, from business growth, coming from lead management, capturing and offering cross-sales possibilities and upsells possibilities to the banks by answering to different types of questions the customer have when interacting with Victor, either from the web page, from WhatsApp, from Facebook, or from other preferred channels that the banks might have. Victor knows also to start the customer onboarding process with all that it needs, coming from KYC process, both from SMEs and for private persons, starting with the OCR process, liveliness. So you take a picture, a selfie with your mobile device, with the ID card holding in your hand, and it's able to do face recognition. All this is available as technology in our platform. Plus, Grid platform is a very flexible platform, an open one, and it permits integration with third-party solutions. For instance, for the KYC process, we have integration with Namirial for video chat, so for video identification of the customer. We have also integration for digital signature, again with Namirial, but also with other partners. For companies that want to onboard, we have integration with different platforms like KeysFin, for instance, who are also our partners. We have integrations with Credit Bureau, with ANAF, with Portal Just, or other public APIs that help identify and see the bonity of the customers. So this is for the customer onboarding. All the documents that are required for the onboarding are uploaded in the website. via the chat, or on the mobile app, again via the chat. There is an RPA process in the back, or directly connect to the systems that are that bank uses. And also, in the end, we generate even the credit contract that can be signed. Victor is able to send alerts, notifications on WhatsApp in case there is, for instance, a suspicious transaction, or if you do a big transaction and it requires real-time confirmation. All this is available again as part of notifications via the chatbot. Furthermore, it offers the possibility for loan deferral, either as part of the pandemic period, but loan deferral is also a normal part of the credit process. So you can defer your installments payment even in a normal situation. Also, it has integration with online banking accounts, so you can see your installments, you can generate payment scheduler, or even if you have a claim, let's say that you want to extract money from the ATM and your card got blocked. Now what you do is call the contact center. You have to wait. You don't know what to do. You might be panicked. In such cases, Victor is available on the mobile device and will be able to guide you what are the next steps. And in case there is a situation where you need to go to an agent, then it can hand over you to the agent via, even if you are accessing it via WhatsApp, it still goes to an agent and have the possibility to receive guidance via chat. On the agent side, everything is automated by connecting a chatbot with enterprise systems or with RPA processes that do the automations end to end. Also, they have a 360 view of the customer, so without having to look for information within different systems, thus saving time for information search. Plus, the chatbot can, in the beginning, do some parts of the agent script, and the agent will not have to repeat it, and thus reducing again the contact center's activity and the load on the people. Plus, we support also multi-chat, so an agent can simultaneously take several chats at the same time. The chatbot also offers for managers the possibility to have complex analytics and advanced analytics with regards also to the contact center activities, how many claims have been resolved, what was the processing time, how much time did the agents, the customers wait in the queue, how many missed conversations, and this is very important, how many missed conversations were outside of the business hour, because now you lose leads if you don't have a contact center available. So with Victor, you can offer your customer a better experience, and also you can generate new business and have business growth. So without further ado, I will now introduce you to Victor. Victor is now hosted in a bank's website, let's say. He can support multiple languages. Druid platform is a flexible platform that supports over 30 languages. The process that I'm going to present now is a standard one, so we see it, but it can be easily modified without writing any code, without having disruption in the functionality of the chatbot, thus having the possibility to kick it live very fast. So as I mentioned, we have for OTP Bank, for instance, we were able to launch it in only 2 weeks, and they had 97% time reduced for the contact center load. So I'm going to introduce Victor. I'm going to play the role of a customer, of a bank customer that doesn't have an online account, and I'm going to show you the loan deferral process. The chatbot can be accessed via live, live conversation, so you can chat with your chatbot, or it can be assisted through buttons. Because the period of time that I have allotted for this demo is short, I will go assisted by buttons, but the chatbot is similar to a human. He understands users' intent. He's able to extract entities, what we call entities, from the context. So if you say, for instance, I'm interested in the contract number 123, it is able to extract from the context the number of the contract and retrieve it automatically from the bank system. Now I'm entering the KYC process. The first step of the process is to do OCR. As I mentioned, the platform comes already with OCR services that are available also on on-premise deployment. So you have the entire platform on your infrastructure. Also, here I want to specify that what we have done for the OCR service is image processing improvement. So we are, even if you are uploading a flipped or a rotated image, a blur one with noise on it, we are still able to read the data, to do validation on the data that is extracted against Mereze, against control digit in the PIN number, against, let's say, a CRUTA code for address validation. And we have, this morning, we have received a congratulations email from one of our customers who is doing 150 OCRs per day, and they have an accuracy of 99.5% at all field levels. So they are quite satisfied of the quality of our OCR service. Can you confirm that you are the credit holder? Now it asks for different validations. I'm asked for the second step, the liveliness one. Now, because I'm on the laptop, I will mock this by adding a selfie with me and the identity holding the ID card. The OCR service for identity card templates also does face recognition, so it checks whether I am the person from the identity card, and then it passes to the third step where I enter a live conversation with the agent. But now I will skip that step because I want also to go to the part where I have started the loan deferral process. The process starts by asking the email address. As I mentioned, everything is configurable. So if the customer's process is different, then we can easily adjust it. The platform is visual, no code. And in the end, 2 minutes, I will show you how easily you can change flows and you can add new functionalities to your chatbot. I will share my email address for receiving the PIN number necessary for opening the envelope for digital signature. Okay, and also the phone number, because I can also receive it by phone. As you remember, I have chosen to say that I'm not a customer with an online account. This information might have been skipped by connecting to the bank systems and taking users' profiles, so no need to, the process could have been shortened. Also here, I start a qualification interview, some questions to see whether I qualify for a loan deferral or not. But before that, I have to choose which product, credit product, I want to defer my payments. Did you lose your job because of the COVID-19 pandemic? No, I haven't. Now it asks me whether I have, have you been affected by payment cuts due to COVID-19 pandemic? No, I haven't. And I think there is a bit. Okay, have you been placed in quarantine or self-isolation? Yes, I've been. And now the chatbot asks me about my particular situation. I cannot do demos to my customers. Okay, and now it does a summary of what I have already introduced, and makes me agree or informs me that the digital signature has the same power under justice as the holographic one. Okay, I will say that I agree. After giving my consent, automatically the document that I need to sign is generated. I'm asked for the PIN code, which I received on my mobile device. I open the envelope. Here the template is in Romanian because we didn't have time to translate it for the demo, but it can be specific to the languages you are starting the conversation into the chatbot. At the end of the page, you have the place where you apply the digital signature. I apply the digital signature here. And once I decide to finalize the signing process, I'm prompted with the possibility to download the document. I also receive the document on my mobile device and also on my email. And I can have access to the audit trail. So in case changes have occurred during the signing process, I can have access to all those changes. Now, this is the loan deferral process. Partially, it's a demo. It can be adjusted, as I mentioned, very easily to suit to each needs. Now, if I go to Victor again, and if I say that I'm a customer with online account, it asks me for authentication. If I would be authenticated in the bank's website, then it will be single signed on with those credentials. Now I will have a two-factor authentication. So it can be configured here to ask, for instance, for a customer code, PIN number, and based on those information, it looks for the profile of the customer into the database, and from there it extracts an email address where I will receive an authentication code on. I will input the name of my colleague that has an account, and after this I will mock the authentication by adding a PIN code. Once I get into the system, I have access to notifications if I have due payments. This also has a flavor of financial services because Victor is both for banking but also for leasing companies. If you see here, you can look for your contracts. You can see your invoices if you're talking about a leasing company. If you have, you can see your payments. You can generate the payment scheduler. And now, for instance, if I'm on a leasing company, I want to see my contracts. And to see my contracts, it automatically connects to the banking system, generates my contract, and for each contract, we configure which detail to show. I can generate, for instance, the payment schedule. And automatically I have it here available in the chat. I can, for instance, see my tickets or look for an invoice, let's say. I want info on invoice. Let's see if it has information on this invoice. Automatically, it identified the number of the invoice and extracted the data for that invoice. If, for instance, I want to report an incident, I have a new ticket and asks me what area is the ticket referring to. Is it a financial one or a logistic, again, for the leasing companies? If I report as a financial one, I can see, now can you please describe your problem? My problem is that I cannot see the last payment. The chatbot now asks for more details about how urgent, so the necessity of this ticket, and if I want to attach a photo or to upload a file with the payment scheduler. No, I don't want to upload the photo, and automatically it creates a ticket. This ticketing functionality, as you can see, is for customers, but it's also in the same time available for employees as a help desk solution. We have integration with ServiceNow, with Jira, with Remedy, with other backend systems that are specific for service requests, ticket management, etc. The chatbot can look for information into different data sources, to look for information into PDFs that are stored on a SharePoint location, for instance, for us answering different FAQs the customers might have. Also, as part of an internal process, and now because I remember now, we have, as I mentioned, for HR processes during the COVID period, 10K certificates have been generated in only 2 months for one bank that is using it on HR processes, and over 5K holiday requests have been processed on the chatbot. Now coming back to Victor, if I want to connect to an agent, I want to talk to an agent. Soon an agent will connect with you. So now I'm placed in a waiting queue. Now I'm playing here the role of an agent. The agent already sees that there is one customer waiting for him in the queue. It connects with that customer, and now both of them can have a live chat. Also, we have functionalities for multi-chat, so we can the agent can take simultaneously several chats. The page layout here is configurable visually from the conversation designer. So here, for instance, you see that there is an empty space. Customers that you are using this solution in contact center decided to display here the conversation history the user previously had with the chatbot. So the agent will be in the context on the conversation. And here, on the right side, we can display information coming from different systems where to have a 360 view of the customer, so the agent doesn't need to look for information. What can I help you with? The customer will say that, for instance, I want to accelerate my installments payment. Okay, perfect. Now what the agent does, it connects to its own robot, to its own assistant, asking for a better to activate such an offer. Activate activate new offer. Okay. Activate new offer asks for the identification number of my customer. I will put my ID number, and I automatically connected to the bank systems, identified the product that I'm currently having, and the agent wants to see the offer. Now the agent takes this offer. It can be done also, this can be done, what I'm doing now manually can be done automatically via an RPA robot. Will ask for the consent of the user to activate his offer. Do you want to activate? The customer will say, yes, I want to activate. And now the agent, after receiving the confirmation, will, and I will open again this one, will say, yes, I confirm to activate it. Starting when? Starting now. And now automatically an RPA robot is triggered, taking all the information that has been collected via the chat and filling in the bank system, canceling the existing offer, updating with the new offer, and sending in the end a confirmation both to the agent and also to the customer that the offer has been successfully activated. Once the confirmation is sent, offer activated, the agent, thank you, goodbye. The agent will disconnect from the conversation, and automatically he's prompted with a resolution. Based on the user intent, the resolutions can be configurable. So you can generate different managers can have access to KPIs in Druid platform as part of the chatbot reporting functionalities, seeing how many requests have been solved successfully, how many have been deferred to another department, etc. Also, the customer receives feedback on the results receives a feedback survey to evaluate the satisfaction. I will just quickly show you a sample of dashboard, configured one that is available in the platform for monitoring both chatbots activity and enhancing it, and also agents activity. And you can also see which were the most interested topics for the users that reached to the agent so that you can automate further. And just a very, very short, because we are running out of time, we have 2 minutes left, for me to show you how easily the platform can be configurable visually. So this is Victor. These are the solutions that have been created for Victor. And this is the conversation designer. Let's say, so here is how a conversation looks like. It's represented as an assisted conversation, a tree structure, but it's actually a graph because you can jump from one step to another. It's visual, everything is visual. You can configure for every language here the message that you want to be displayed. It has different types of conversation steps with specific designers. So if you want to put buttons or if you want to have free text, this is easily achievable here. And from the integration standpoint, as I mentioned, Druid has visual connectors that can connect to to a lot of enterprise systems, either directly, as we have native connectors with Microsoft CRM. We are a Microsoft technology partner. We use Microsoft technology stack for our platform. We have REST API, SOAP, or any type of database. We have native connectors to UiPath, and here we have a differentiator because We also connect to attended robots that run on user machines. So we can trigger local running robots. We can generate documents, as you saw. Everything is visual. Configuration again are done visually in the platform. That would be the short introduction of Druid platform. Fast forward. I hope it was okay, and that you have tasted a bit of what we're doing, and you are interested in showcasing more in the future.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for sharing all of this, for giving us the live demo. We're gonna have a few questions to answer. And first one in is if the OCR technology that you're using was developed by you or you're using another solution?
We are using Microsoft Cognitive Services for the OCR engine, but as mentioned, we have developed on top of it image processing tools and algorithms to increase the accuracy of the OCR process.
Perfect, thank you so much. And we do have another question, and that one is, can you specify a few implementations that you have in Romania?
In what sector or randomly? So
I think it's a generic question. So
it's an open question.
Anything that pops to mind.
Okay, so the first customer that we had, even from the very beginning, so in the first year of existence, was BT, Transylvania Bank. Now they have 5 chatbots developed on Druid platform. 80% of them have been developed by themselves, so by the digital team, and we are happy that they are also a strong partner for Druid. We have implementation in Regina Maria, where we have an internal chatbot for management purposes, which reduces a lot from the management administrative time with task approval. And also we have Maria, which is a front-facing chatbot for patients who will have a new skills starting from August. We have for ASI-ROM, you can generate from one end to another travel insurance. We have pharmaceutical, Dona Pharmacy is using, we have Servier Pharma who's using, so Orange is one of our customers. UiPath is also using Druid internally for the COE automation processes. So we have a lot of large customers from different areas. E.ON for services and customer onboarding.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having the time here to join us today, for sharing all of these insights. With this, we're gonna wrap everything up. Thanks everybody for an amazing day today. It's been a long day with keynotes, with demo sessions, and with a panel. We are very happy that today's event was broadcasted by Microfocus, who we'd like to thank a lot. Make sure that you still visit the expo area. You can find colleagues of Andrea from Druid over there as well. Make sure that you go and chat with them. Make sure that you make use of the networking area as well and exchange business cards. Thanks everybody. Don't forget that the next Virtualized conference is on the 30th of July. It's IT Ops and Cybersecurity. Hope to see everybody there. Andrea, thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you.
Do have a nice afternoon over there. Thanks everybody. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.